to what they deemed an active shooter situation. Luis De Leon was one of the first reporters here. We do not know at this point how many people have possibly been shot, how many fatalities there may be. But again, if you live in this area, there is still a manhunt underway, or at least there was as of the last update I received from sources, from law enforcement sources about 20 minutes ago, that they, Luis, are still looking for the gunman at this time.
That's right, Tony. And again, if you do live in the area, they're asking you to first off avoid the area. To give you a little lay of the land of where we are right now, directly behind us is a very large first responder presence, lots of police officers, lots of other units, as Tony was mentioning beforehand. You can see, take a look over there. They've pretty much been utilizing the parking lot area of Starbucks and Trader Joe's as their sort of staging area for now. So that's what you've been able to probably see if you were in the area earlier. We still are working to learn more concrete information, more concrete details on the exact location of where this is taking place. But for now, up here, a very active scene as far as investigators and first responders pretty much continuing to respond to this scene. But the perimeter itself stretches down a few blocks as well down the road. As far as traffic updates for you guys, Austin Police Department posted on their Twitter that Loop 360 will be shut down in both directions from Spicewood Springs to 183 due to the ongoing incident. An update from EMS as well should be coming shortly at around 2 o'clock. We are going to be told whether or not they will be ready to provide an update. Those first responders just came by and told reporters here that they were not ready to provide a more concrete update yet, but it is important to note, Tony, that EMS, Austin Travis County EMS, has posted on their Twitter that that any 911 calls for medical response in the immediate vicinity will be handled by medics in an alternate response model other than an ambulance. So just important note there in case you encounter some sort of emergency today.
And again, we're seeing a number of bystanders out here as well, a number of people trying to figure out what may be going on. I also want to be clear that we've been told preliminarily that this unfolded at an apartment complex that is a little bit further to the south here on Great Hills Trail. We've not been able to get a closer vantage point because, as you can see, getting closer. But again, a well-known shopping center here in this area that has Starbucks, Joe's, Pottery Barn, as well as a number of other eateries, has been essentially commandeered by law enforcement and by medics at this time as they continue to mobilize, try to find the gunman as well as respond. We have no mic. I don't know what happened.
Did they lose us?
They lost us.
Can you hear programming still?
Mm-hmm.
Are we on the air at the moment?
They're saying we don't have audio. They can't hear us.
Camera has levels.
Okay, understood. Okay, so we're still on Facebook Live, by the way, at the moment. Just letting you know.
Okay.
They cannot hear us on on our microphones.
Okay.
So they said that, hey, Vivian, one more time, you said Hakey's mic just like, it doesn't even sound like it's on.
Well, this is hardwired. It's
Yeah, they said they can't hear. They can't hear
who are
the
you talking
line.
to?
Vivian.
Vivian, this is Gusky. Luis's microphone is hardwired into Hakey's camera, so
Okay,
it's
so
not
let's
a
just
matter
be
of being
careful.
on or off. It's like full-time on, and Hakey's getting audio in his camera, so it should be coming down the pipe. Well, because he's wearing a mask. He needs to take his mask off. Well, that may be because of the wind noise. I don't know what screaming means, but there's a mic screen. Yeah, you got a windbreaker. Yeah, it's probably the wind noise.
I'll put this just to be safe. You got a windbreaker on there anyway, so there shouldn't be any wind affecting it.
Okay.
So we're going to come back to you as soon as you guys are ready.
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take your mask down.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. What's Tony's ahead?
So do they hear me? Can they hear me? Check, 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 check. Updates.
Share the stick, Mike. Share it.
This is Molly, right? It's Molly, right?
I thought I heard.
Huh?
Thought I heard someone else. I wouldn't just don't worry about it.
I know we were having some audio issues earlier. Can you just confirm that you can, in fact, hear us right now? Okay, great. Thank you very much. So again, a very large police presence here continuing. You can see, again, a number of police vehicles as well as ambulances really remaining at the scene here. This is near Great Hills Trail and Rain Creek. They've commandeered essentially a well-known shopping area here on Great Hills Trail to mobilize their operations, again, as they try to respond to what has happened here within the past couple of hours this afternoon. A number of ambulances remain on the scene. We are still hoping, Luis, to get an official count and official information from medics as well as Austin Police, hopefully within the next few minutes, on the number of possible injuries and a total number of fatalities.
Tony, that's right. And so public information officers, both with the Austin Police Department and Austin Travis County EMS, came by, told reporters probably around 15-20 minutes ago that at around 2 o'clock they will update us as to if they're ready to provide more concrete details, more of an update as well. I do, however, for those of you that are still at home right now, that may be watching this, that may be looking to travel this afternoon, again, Austin Police is encouraging the public to please avoid this area as well. And there is a traffic update for this. Loop 360 will be shut down in both directions from Spicewood Springs to 183 due to the ongoing incident. I just want to make sure that the public is aware of that. And again, to continue to avoid this area, very active scene here, Tony.
And Luis, just to underscore the seriousness as well as of what is happening, in addition to victims of this shooting that happened in this area this morning, I do want to tell you that within the last few minutes, Austin Police, underscoring the significance of their manhunt for the gunman, have asked people in this area to shelter in place trace and to report any suspicious activity by calling 911. Molly, I know you said this a few minutes ago, but again, just to remind people that the suspect is still at large. We know that a manhunt is underway. We've seen SWAT team members as well as Austin police officers dressed in basically riot gear. They've got large-scale rifles with them, as well as bulletproof vests, as they try to find the suspect. The search is happening, Molly, by both ground and by air. We are seeing helicopters circling overhead at this time. And again, Austin police telling us a little while ago that while the suspect is at large, they do believe that this is a domestic violence situation and that there is no risk to the general public. What essentially they are saying, though, Louise, is that there is a gunman loose, but that they potentially believe the targets of this violence were known to the suspect.
Right, but regardless, still a very dangerous situation at that, and that's why they're encouraging and continuing to urge the public to avoid this area. And again, Tony, we've been talking about this throughout the afternoon, about how this is a very typically high foot traffic in this area.
Right.
And so, you know, you may have had plans to come here this afternoon. Pretty much the message here now is to completely avoid the area. You can see first responders right behind us. You can see all of the active scene as well. Again, you know, we have helicopters, as you mentioned, flying overhead as well. Bystanders have been coming by. Police have been pushing bystanders back away from the area as well. And we're hoping to learn more information about what exactly, at least an update for what's been going on. At around 2 o'clock, we'll learn if they're ready to provide that update.
Louise, I know many people who are probably watching us right now also can appreciate that this is a pretty urban area. There are not many places to easily hide right here where we are, but to be clear, not very far down Great Hills Trail, the area definitely does become more suburban with wooded areas, and so that is why, in addition to searching by ground, officials have now mobilized Air One, the Austin police helicopter. We have also seen Starflight out here searching as well for that person. So again, we're hoping within the next few minutes that we are going to get an official count of the number of people who have been shot, who have been injured. I know that we have been reporting based on information that was dispatched from Austin Travis County EMS about 90 minutes ago that they confirmed at least 3 people had been shot. But what we don't know is whether or not those 3 people have perished and what has happened. I believe that there is some information that perhaps they have. But again, it really is not until we get official word from official sources, from police, from EMS, who hopefully, Luis, in the next little while will be able to tell us exactly what is happening. But again, just to keep reminding people and to underscore the seriousness of what is happening, and that is there is a major manhunt that continues to be underway here in Northwest Austin for the gunman, Luis.
And as you can see probably behind us, even if we are in focus at the moment, you can see that there are several Austin Travis County EMS units here on scene. And so Austin Travis County EMS has posted twice now in the last 30 minutes saying that if there are any 911 calls for medical response in the immediate vicinity, they will be handled by an Austin Travis County EMS medic in an alternate response model other than an ambulance. Delays may occur. Very important to note there as well. And so we are still working to learn more information, more concrete details about what has occurred here and what the situation is currently like. But as you can see, very active scene. Austin Travis County EMS and Austin Police Department public information officers came by and told us that it will be at around 2 o'clock to let us know when they're ready to provide an official update once again.
And Louise, for people who also may just now be joining us, one thing that I also want to stress, and this may be kind of understood, but I just want to say it so that people know officially, and that is authorities believe this was the work of one person, of one gunman. There are not, fortunately, multiple suspects at large at this time. But again, the search for that gunman is continuing. Austin police asking people in this entire area, they've not really specified how large of a swath of area here needs to shelter in place, but certainly if you live or work in this area, you are being asked to do that. And again, if you see anything that even resembles something that is suspicious, you're being asked to call 911 immediately. Obviously, Luis, the person who carried out this violence this morning, has shown a willingness and to kill, and so that is why authorities are really stressing the need to remain vigilant until they are able to apprehend the suspect and bring him into custody.
And again, not only that, to avoid the area if you are a bystander. You know, I know that when, you know, there are moments where when these situations happen, people will come by when they see a large police presence, a large first responder presence as well, but we've seen groups of bystanders be pushed back by Austin police officers as well, so they really are encouraging to continue to avoid the area as this investigation, as the scene, really, as this active scene continues to play out and we learn more.
So Molly, that's the latest that we have here. We want to toss it back to you. I know you've been reporting here in Austin for several years now, and this is certainly an unusual occurrence that has been unfolding here this afternoon.
Tony and Luis, I do want to ask you a quick question for those of people who are just now joining us. To be clear, you all are in the media staging area. That's the place where the media, when we have these unfortunate events, get their updates. This is not actually where the shooting happened. It's just close to it. Can you describe that for people?
Sure, absolutely, Molly. So I got here a little afternoon. Luis got here a little afternoon as well. We wanted to actually try to get closer to where this happened, but authorities, by the time we got here, although it was very early in the process, had already roped off this area. We were able to ask a responding police officer, though, exactly where this happened. Of course, driving here, Molly, a fear that I had is that this may have happened at one of these businesses. Of course, there's a Starbucks here, there's a Trader Joe's here, but what we are told is that this actually happened at an apartment complex that is just further down here on Great Hills Trail. But to your point, yes, we are at a media staging area that has been set up along Great Hills Trail. It is just across the street from that shopping plaza, and this is where we will get official information. Authorities, again, telling us that they hope to tell us something around 2 o'clock. That's about 14 minutes from now. But again, this remains a very fluid, a very volatile situation. And so the officials who might be able to provide information to us, frankly, they're the ones also coordinating the effort to apprehend the suspect. They're the ones coordinating the manhunt that is underway for that suspect right now. So that is why we have not gotten additional information at this time.
We appreciate those updates. Tony and Luis, thank you so much. I know you guys are working to get us the most updated information. You guys have been on the scene for, about an hour now. Again, if you're just joining us, we want to update you on this unfortunate breaking news. You see on that lower right on your screen, a manhunt underway in North Austin. That's because we know at least 3 people are dead. There may be more fatalities or injuries. Now, this happened just before noon. Can we pop that map up one more time, y'all, just so we can show people exactly where this is happening? It's in the 9600 block of Great Hills. That's in the Arboretum area, northwest Austin. Now, police are still looking for the suspect. It is an active search. There's a huge police presence around the area. Police are on the way. We're expected to get an update in about 13 minutes now at 2 o'clock. That's where you saw Tony and Luis. They're standing at that media staging area, so to speak, and waiting to give us the most up-to-date information. Until then, we're working sources out there, and we're also monitoring Twitter. That's where we're getting a lot of our updates. The most recent one coming about 20 minutes ago from the Austin Police Department. They said that the scene is still very active, and they're asking people to shelter in place if you're a resident in the area and to report any suspicious activity. And the big message from police right now is to please stay away from the area. If you're not already there, stay away, stay safe. Again, report any suspicious activity that you see. Here's this tweet that I'm talking about right now. You can see that they say in there at the bottom little part of it, While a suspect is still at large, it appears this is a domestic situation that is isolated and there is no risk to the general public. Even so, police are still asking you to avoid the area. Again, if you are just joining us, we have been learning from officials that there are at least 3 people that have been killed in Northwest Austin. They've not found the shooter at this time. It happened just before noon today. Again, that's happened in the 9600 block of Great Hills. It's in the Arboretum area in Northwest Austin. Police are still looking for that suspect. It's an active search, but as you see on that tweet on your screen, while that suspect is still at large, police do believe at this time that it's a domestic situation and that it's isolated, saying there's no risk to the general public. Even so, they're asking everyone in the area to please shelter in place. And they're asking people who are outside of the area to stay away and to stay safe. Report any activity you know to the Austin Police Department. They have an officer on the way. It looks like we're about 11 minutes out from that press conference where we should be able to get some more updates. We do have a crew on the scene that's been giving you some live video. Is there a way we can go back to that live shot so we can see the scene? And here's Tony again. Tony, for people who are just joining us, we've kind of caught them up to speed a little bit. I know you're waiting to get updates, as we all are, from the police department. What can you tell us that you've been able to find out on the scene, working all of your sources?
Molly, one piece of information that I do want to tell people is that officials at this point are confirming that they believe they know the identity of the gunman. That information, the name of that person, is not being publicly released at this time, but authorities are increasingly confident that they know the person's name. As you can imagine, investigators are backgrounding that person, that possible suspect, trying to learn everything that they can about him, but that increasingly they are confident that they do know the identity of this suspect, who does remain at large and has now this afternoon sparked a massive manhunt in this area. That manhunt happening both by ground and by air. We have seen a number of police officers pouring into the scene this afternoon to assist in the manhunt. Again, many of them carrying assault rifles, wearing bulletproof vests and army fatigues as they have fanned out into this area to try to locate the gunman. Again, we are awaiting official word. We are hoping to get some word around 2 o'clock this afternoon on the number of fatalities, the final number of fatalities, the final number of people who have been shot. But in the meantime, as this manhunt continues to unfold, people are being asked to remain inside their homes with their doors locked. Call 911 if you see something suspicious. You are also being asked to remain vigilant because of the massive manhunt that is happening at this time. One thing that we were saying earlier is that this is a large urban area with a number of different stores and shops and restaurants in this area. But frankly, as you venture not very far, further down Great Hills Trail and further south into this area, it is a far more wooded area where someone is possibly able to camouflage his or herself after evading police. But again, police increasingly believe that they know the identity of this person. There is the manhunt that is continuing by ground and by air. Again, we are still trying to get official information on the number of people who are victims to what has unfolded this morning. Molly, again, I know that there are a number of shops, and again, Heike, if you can just pan this parking lot again, this is a very popular area for shopping, for dining, for visiting. I had coffee at that Starbucks just this week, frankly. That is now the scene of where coordination efforts are underway by law enforcement as they respond to what is happening. I also want to tell you, Heike, if you can just pan a little bit closer, I see on the phone, I am seeing Interim Police Chief Joe Chacon, who obviously has made it on the scene as well as the top brass of the Austin Police Department. This is a major response by the Austin Police Department, one of the potential most major responses that we've seen by APD in a number of years. The last time I have seen such a large large-scale response, and truthfully, such a large-scale manhunt is in March 2018 when we had a serial bomber on the loose here in Austin. So definitely, given the number of police officers, investigators, the top brass, it is definitely reminiscent of another major crime occurrence that we had here in the Austin area. Again, as I look to the sky, helicopters continue to fly overhead as authorities continue to look for the gunman. Again, what we don't know is exactly the number of people who have been shot, just to underscore that. But again, the most dangerous and the most urgent thing happening right now is the effort to locate the gunman and bring him into custody. So to that end, I know I'm repeating myself if you've been watching for several minutes now, but I just want to underscore again, Austin police asking people in this area to remain in their homes, to shelter in place, call 911 if you see something suspicious, and don't go outside unless you absolutely have to, because this does remain a very active situation at this time. I'm going to bring in Luis De Leon, who's also been monitoring the Twitter accounts, the social media accounts of the Austin Police Department as well as Austin Travis County EMS. Luis, what is the latest?
Well, Tony, I did just speak to an officer on scene here. He was walking behind reporters as well, and he did give us an update for that time frame as to when we might hear an update as to whether or not they are ready to provide an update with more concrete details, more official details. They are thinking that it is going to push past 2 o'clock for that potential update. Whether or not it will be both Austin Travis County EMS and Austin Police doing a joint press conference remains to be seen. We will have to wait and see, but they were giving us some indication that that is the likelihood of how that format would play out. Now, the latest tweet from Austin Police Department at this time, 26 minutes ago, quote, this is verbatim on their Twitter, at this time the Great Hills Trail scene is still active. We are still asking residents to shelter in place and report suspicious activity. While a suspect is still at large, it appears this is a domestic situation that is isolated and there is no risk to the general public. But they cannot stress enough that they are still urging the public to avoid this area, continue to avoid this area. As far as traffic, if you are watching this from home right now, you're thinking of maybe hitting the road to go somewhere, please avoid this area. The traffic update 52 minutes ago from Austin Police Department still is Loop 360 would be shut down in both directions from Spicewood Springs to 183 due to the ongoing incident, Tony.
And Luis, I know I said this earlier, but I just want to underscore this as well. While Austin police are saying in their tweets and their social media that there is no threat to the public, just to remind people, there is a gunman allegedly on the loose right now, and a search for that gunman at this time. What they are essentially trying to let us know, though, is that they believe that the victims of the shooting this morning was known to the gunman. That in other words, this is not someone just on the loose, possibly going into homes, going into businesses, and shooting at random, Luis. Yeah. But again, we certainly don't want to minimize that this person is the last information that we had, still on the loose, yeah, and armed, clearly, and dangerous.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're trying to reiterate that to the public, to those of you watching right now, continue to avoid the area. We've seen bystanders get pushed back by police. You know, I know oftentimes when you see a large police presence like this, people tend to come out and try and take pictures, see what's going on. They don't want you to do that. We've seen groups of bystanders get pushed back now. It's a very active scene, a very active situation. They're really trying to keep the public safe at the moment.
And we just want to, of course, remind everyone that as soon as we get official word from Austin Police, we're going to carry that live, and so we want you to definitely stay tuned to us on air, online, and on social media. Molly, back to you.
All right, Tony Plohetsky, Luis De Leon, you guys, please stay safe out there. And that goes to all of you guys watching at home as well. And that's really the big message from police. I do want to pass along, Austin Travis County EMS did just tweet out that media briefing that we're expected to get at 2 o'clock. Again, we will take that on air for you here at KVUE. We'll get updates from Austin Police Department, Austin Travis County EMS, and it looks like also the fire department are having public information officers who will give us that press conference. Again, that's happening at 2 o'clock. Here on KVUE, again, we're learning that there's at least 3 people dead. It happened just before noon in Northwest Austin. We're going to take a quick break before that press conference at 2 o'clock. We'll see you back here then.
What can your stimulus check mean for you? At Rooms to Go, a great night's sleep, a family room refresh, a new favorite place to eat, or all of the above. Because your dollar goes further at Rooms to Go. Just choose from our huge selection of beautiful furniture. And if you want, you can finance on us, interest-free for 60 months. The choice is yours. Then get your furniture home fast with free doorway delivery. There's no better time to do something for your home. Shop Rooms to Go today.
Welcome to my Ecobee home. Alarm, alarm. He's kidding. Our alarms turn off and on automatically. No worries.
for bungee cord. Here, don't hurt yourself. Do you have a mic stand? Get where all right. So not yet. I just wanted to come over here and let you know. Right. No, I know.
One other thing, if any of you have a drone that's flying at 600 feet, you need to bring it down. I'm not accusing anybody. I'm saying if you got one, land it right now or we're going to bring it down. So.
You understand? You know what mic stand?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, now I got one. Sorry, I was thinking something else.
Keep me in my water.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, Molly, I've been trying to work my sources within the last few minutes and try to get more information. Unfortunately, we're not in a situation yet where officials are publicly confirming the identity of the suspected gunman. They are still working very hard to get that person into custody. But what I am being told is that law enforcement, at least right now, does know who they are dealing with. And as part of this investigation, they are doing backgrounding of that suspect to try to learn more about him right now. But the urgency, the real urgency in this part of the city, Northwest Austin, near the Arboretum, Molly, is to try to find that person. I've seen at least two now, helicopters circling overhead. You can probably hear them if you're watching at home as they continue to search for the suspect by both ground and by air. We have been told that authorities need about 30 more minutes before they are able to give us some official number on the number of people who have been shot and their efforts to bring the suspect into custody. Molly, as I pointed out, this is a little bit unusual for authorities to go this long in a major situation like this that is unfolding without giving us some sort of official information here on the scene. But that is the reason for that is because people who might be in a position to give us that information are busy right now undertaking what is the most critical piece, and that is making sure that the public threat is neutralized and that the person is brought into custody safely, if that is possible, here this afternoon. Again, there is a large police presence. There has been since this began unfolding around noon this afternoon. Again, they're lined up. They're using the parking lot of Starbucks as well as Trader Joe's as a command post to try to coordinate their efforts. We've seen a number of police officers in tactical gear carrying assault rifles as they are working on their effort to bring this person into custody. Molly, I was saying earlier that while we certainly are no stranger to violent crime here in the city of Austin, is rising here in Austin and across the country as well in major cities. But I have not seen a police presence and a manhunt like this in a number of years. The last time we've seen this number of officers engage in the pursuit of someone was the Austin serial bomber. That was 3 years ago in March 2018. But again, the urgency to try to find this person is similar to the urgency that authorities had 3 years ago in looking for that serial bomber, and that is to try to get this person into custody before he could possibly hurt someone else. Again, we are still awaiting official word on the number of people who have been shot. This did begin this morning with a response of an active shooter. That was how this call went out initially. So as you can imagine, those words, particularly with what is happening across the United States, with a number of mass shootings in recent weeks and recent days for that matter, obviously put everyone on guard and prompted a large-scale response. Again, the response now has really turned to the search for the gunman, as authorities also are trying to get us, hopefully within the next few minutes, a total number of people who have been shot, who have been injured, unfortunately, who could have possibly have perished in this incident this afternoon. Molly?
Real quick while I have you, I mean, you've been in Austin for a really long time, been one of the top reporters here for as long as I can remember, much longer than I've been here. Talk about the scene that you're seeing. I know you mentioned it and kind of compared it to the Austin bombings, which is probably the scariest comparison that I can think of. Can you show us around and tell people? I mean, we can see at least probably a dozen emergency vehicles behind you.
Yeah, and Molly, I'm actually going to step out of the way so Heike can sort of follow along as I orient you here. So just to reiterate, this is happening along Great Hills Trail. The Arboretum is to the west of where this is happening, but to the east is Starbucks, is Trader Joe's, is Pottery Kids Barn, as well as a number of restaurants. And that is the area that police have essentially commandeered at this time. I'm going to count ambulances. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4 ambulances. One of those, 5 if I look further down the street, one of those is a command vehicle at this time. We also see that an EMS physician is on the scene as well. Also, you can see in the distance there are a number of Austin police SUVs with their lights flashing, but we're being told, Molly, that what has happened has actually happened further down, further south on Great Hills Trail, and unfortunately we've not been able to get closer to that scene, but where we are standing is where a number of Austin police officers are coordinating the response. Heike, if you also look to the sky, you can see Air One. That's the Austin police helicopter that is engaged in this search, in this manhunt as well. Yes, if you are familiar with this area, this is a fairly urban area. Again, a lot of foot traffic, a lot of shoppers typically in this area. But as I've also been pointing out, if you go not very far from here at all, the area becomes much more dense with wooded areas, with hills, areas where someone trying to evade law enforcement could possibly hide out from law enforcement. And so that is what authorities are trying to address right now and get that person into custody. Molly, I know we've been saying this, but it just bears repeating, though, for people who are in this area. And that is because this is an active manhunt and there is a gunman on the loose. Authorities have continued to ask people in this area, and they've not really described the perimeter of this area, but essentially anyone who lives or works and is near here is being asked to shelter in place at this time. Call 911 if you see something suspicious. Molly?
Absolutely, Tony, and we want you to stay safe out there as well. Tony Plohetsky out there live for us, bringing us updates to this really just sad breaking news happening in Northwest Austin. Real quick, we want to give you just a breakdown if you're just now joining us. We know at least 3 people were killed in Northwest Austin. It happened just before noon on the 9600 block of Great Hills Trail. It's the Arboretum area, again, Northwest Austin. Like Tony just said, police are asking everyone in the area to shelter in place, asking people at home to stay home, stay safe. If you have any information, to go ahead and give police a call. We are waiting for a press conference. Supposed to initially happen at 2 o'clock. I know we were reporting that earlier. It did get pushed back about 30 minutes, so we'll take that at 2:30. But just a sad situation happening in Northwest Austin. We want you to stick with KVUE. We'll bring you the latest after this break.
Equipment, it's people God, I'm sorry. What you doing, dog? Shit, tired as fuck. JDS. Shit, bump in the trunk, homie. Bump in the trunk, homie. Y'all trying to take a shot of it? Yeah, how long did it take? About 2,000 viewers. They're getting angry.
all right? Sound check. My name is Joseph Chacon, Joseph Chacon. I'm the interim chief of police here in Austin. I'm here to provide a briefing on the incident that we have going right now. I'll just tell you right now that the information is very preliminary. The purpose of this briefing really is from a public safety standpoint. We want to make sure that we are providing the... Apologize. I want to provide this information for the public so that we make sure that they have the information they need to keep themselves safe. Behind me I have, these are the other agencies that are involved in this investigation right now: the Austin Fire Department, Austin Travis County EMS, the local chapter of our FBI is here, the U.S. Marshals, Department of Public Safety, and the Round Rock Police Department are here to support. I'm going to start with a timeline of the events that happened starting early this morning. Approximately 11:42 a.m., a 911 call came in on what is called a shoot, stab, hot shot. It is our highest level priority call. That means that either someone's been stabbed or shot, or shots were taken. Came in the area of Great Hills Trail and Rain Creek Parkway. At that time, our officers began en route, running code, lights and sirens, and arrived, the first officer on scene at 11:46 a.m., 4 minutes later. At that time, at that same time mark, 11:46, a reverse 911 activation was sent out in this area for all residents to know that we had a shooting that had taken place and to shelter in place. When officers arrived, they located 3 people who were injured and ultimately have been pronounced deceased. All 3 are adults. We have 2 Hispanic females and 1 black male. Our suspect, at this point, we think we know who it is, and he is identified, and I will be putting his name out because it is a matter of public safety at this point, because at this point he is still not in custody. He is tentatively identified as Stephen Nicholas Broderick. Stephen Nicholas Broderick. He's a black male, 41 years of age. He's described as being 5'7" with an average build. He's wearing a gray hoodie, sunglasses, and a baseball cap. I do not have a last known direction of travel at this point. We don't know if he's in a vehicle or if he's on foot. We still have many people in this area from all the agencies that I talked about that have that continue to look in this area for this individual. I'm sure you can hear the helicopters that we have overhead that are checking in the area, as well as people on the ground. What we're asking from the residents in this area is continue to shelter in place. This is still an ongoing and active investigation, and we do not have this individual in custody yet. We would ask, if you have your neighbors' phone numbers, call or text them, check on them and make sure that they're okay. We are concerned that he might possibly take a hostage and be himself sheltered somewhere waiting for us to leave. And most importantly, if you see something or you have information regarding this incident, call 911 and please pass that information along. We will be putting out updates as this goes on to make sure that we keep everybody as up to date as we can. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to the fire department to go ahead and give a brief update, and then once the agencies have had an opportunity to provide any updates, then I'll come back up and we'll answer any questions. I'll just tell you that is basically the preliminary information I have right now. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to answer more questions to that, but I will step back up.
You got a good spelling on his name and the date of birth?
So his name is Stephen, Stephen. Middle name is Nicholas. Don't have a good spelling on that one. And then Broderick, Broderick. He's 41 years of age. I do not have his date of birth at this moment.
My name is Jeffrey Kennedy, Jeffrey-Kennedy, and I'm the Assistant Chief with the Austin Fire Department. This afternoon, approximately about 11:45, Austin Fire Department units responded to gunshot wounds at this address. Upon arrival, in assessing the patients, we upgraded to an active attack along with additional information, or what we call an active attack alarm. At this time, we have about 8 units on scene, and our primary goal right now is to assist our law enforcement agencies with unified command and bringing mitigation to this incident. And as Chief Chacon mentioned, we ask that the public remain vigilant and please call 911 for anything that you seem to think as emergent. So again, we're here to provide any kind of support to our law enforcement agencies. That is all that I have for us. Thank you.
Commander Mike Benavides, Austin Travis County EMS PIO. Mike, M-I-K-E-B-E-N-A-V-I-D-E-S. At 11:42 this morning, Austin Travis County EMS received a call for service for a GSW-related incident. We responded with an active attack response element. We currently have about 15 to 20 assets on scene, response assets. On that incident, we pronounced 3 adults deceased on scene. That's all the patient information that we have at this time. The only other thing that we want to alert the community about is that in this immediate vicinity, with the law enforcement presence and the road closures, if you have a call for 911 EMS service, you will receive an alternative response element that will respond with medical, that can provide you your medical needs and your emergent issues, but it may not be an ambulance. So just be prepared that in the event you have to call 911 for an ambulance, you may receive an alternative response element. And that's all I have. Chief Chacon.
Okay, just a couple more items to your question about his date of birth. It is April 12th, 1980. April 12th, 1980. We will also be providing a photo to all of our media partners of this individual. If you see him, he is considered armed and dangerous at this point. And as I said, we still do not have this scene completely under control. Obviously, this is a tragedy. We have people who have lost their lives out here. We're going to be doing our very best to conduct the best investigation that we can, and also to get this person into custody as quickly as possible, and hopefully with no further loss of life. I'll go ahead and take a couple questions.
Chief, can you confirm that the suspect is a former law enforcement officer with the Travis County Sheriff's Office?
We do have some preliminary information that he might be prior law enforcement, but I don't have that confirmed to me at this time.
This is a domestic attack. Do we know how he knew the victims?
Thank you for bringing that up. So we are not classifying this as an active shooter at this point. Our preliminary investigation indicates that he did know the victims and that it was certainly targeted to them. However, I would say that the danger still remains high at this point, and we want to make sure that people understand that part.
Do we know how they knew each other?
I don't have that information right now.
Has next of kin been notified?
Not to my knowledge.
Do we know of any children who are involved in this incident? Do we know of any children who were taken by this person?
We had information that there was a child that was involved. However, that child has been located and is safely in custody right now.
How were they involved? Explain that.
I can't hear you. Say that again.
How were they involved? How was that child involved?
We don't know that yet.
We don't know if that's his dad or like.
Don't know that yet.
We're not classifying this as a domestic violence situation at this point.
That's still under investigation right now.
Where exactly did this take place?
Can you say that again?
Where exactly did this take place?
The call came in at Great Hills Trail and Rain Creek Parkway in that area.
Any ages of the victims?
No, sir, not yet.
Can you tell us where the victims were found, in residence, on the street, or anything like that?
I don't have that information exactly. I can tell you it's not in a building, and we're still working that crime scene at this point.
Did you talk about any former charges for this suspect?
Well, we have multiple people that are dead right now, and so I'm sure that we'll be working with the appropriate prosecution, and whether that be state or federal, to look into those charges.
Do you know anything at all about a weapon or weapons that might have been used?
I don't know what kind of weapons are used or what kind of weapons he still has in his possession.
Yes.
I couldn't hear you.
A motive. Do we have a motive?
Don't have a motive at this point.
Always thought when?
Could you speak to his criminal background?
I don't have any information on any kind of background, criminal or otherwise.
But you mentioned preliminary hearings that he was potentially former law enforcement. Do you know to what extent?
I can't confirm that right now. We are working with our agencies to see if we get that identified. So until I have it confirmed, I really don't want to put that out. Say again?
Are you in touch with any of his family members?
Not to my knowledge, not at this point.
One shooter. There's one shooter. There's Steven is the only person you're looking for.
To our knowledge, there is only one shooter right now.
All right, guys, thank you very much. We've got to take it back.
Yeah, let's step aside real quick.
How's Round Rock involved in this?
All right, we just heard from Interim Police Chief Joe Chacon there with an update on the Northwest shooting. Again, we know 3 adults were killed. I kind of want to break down what happened in case you're just joining us. Around 11:42, Interim Chief says that was when the 911 call happened. It came in as a shoot, stab, hot shot. That's their highest priority call. At 11:46, that's when they alerted residents to shelter in place. That's also when officers first arrived. They found 3 people injured who died. That was 3 adults. 2 Hispanic females and 1 black male. Now, the suspect, who is not in custody, this is so important, please listen to this. He's a man. His name is Stephen Nicholas Broderick. Again, his name is Stephen Nicholas Broderick. We should be getting a photo of him from the police department soon. He's a black male. He's 41 years old. He's 5'7". Police say he has medium build. He's wearing a gray hoodie, sunglasses, and a baseball hat. Again, his name is Stephen Nicholas Broderick. We are waiting to get that photo so we can make sure to show you that on air and online. Now, preliminary info from the police department says he may be prior law enforcement. However, police say that's not confirmed at this time. Preliminary info also shows that he knew the victims. However, police are still investigating and still searching for him. So again, the biggest message we can pass along to you right now: residents, shelter in place, do not leave. Police are also asking you to check on your neighbors, give them a call, make sure they are staying safe. This is a scary situation. If you are outside of the area, police are asking you to stay away. Report anything suspicious. They also want you to, there also is a concern from police, they said, that he may take a hostage while they're waiting for police to leave. Again, I want to say this guy's name one more time. This is the expected suspect from police. He is not in custody. His name is Stephen Nicholas Broderick. We should be getting a picture of him from the police department in just moments, but he is a black male, 41 years old. Police say he's 5'7" with a medium build. He's wearing a gray hoodie, sunglasses, and a baseball hat. Police has said that preliminary info does show that he may be prior law enforcement, but they said they have not confirmed that at this time. Initially, police were hearing that there was a child involved. That child has been located and is safe. Once again, this is a breaking news situation. If you are just tuning in, 3 people were killed in Northwest Austin. It happened just before noon in the 9600 block of Great Hills. That's in the Arboretum area of Northwest Austin. They have not found the suspect yet. They think they have a name. Stick with KVUE. We're going to take a quick break, but we will give you any updates on air and online. Just stay safe, everyone.
Laura, are you coming to me? Oh, we're off TV. We're done with TV.
My friend who works for the county says he was former Texas County Sheriff's Office employee.
Travis.
This suspect, Mr. Broderick, knew his victims, these three victims. We asked, no other information was given on those victims at this time. We had asked for at least an age and aren't being given that right now. Obviously, we'll expect to be briefed at some point throughout the rest of the afternoon and the evening, especially obviously if they do. But as we mentioned,
I'm going to go charge my phone. Sorry, I don't mean that sarcastically. I think, yeah, like, no.
Individual, but again, victims in this case, three, all dead, and we still have no IDs on those victims at this time, or how we knew the victims. We're still waiting to figure that information out. Before we came on the air and this press conference started, we were hearing some standard traffic initially of a gunshot heard in the area. We had seen a SWAT crew and several police cruisers leave this area heading to where we assume was the area. Police in their briefing here did not mention that. And so obviously we're assuming, as they've said, they are still looking for this man. Again, it bears mentioning this man's name is Stephen Broderick, 41 years old, 5'7", average build, last seen wearing a gray hoodie, sunglasses, and a baseball cap. The police did say that they will be releasing a photo to the media to help circulate that and hopefully get this gentleman in custody. But as we mentioned, again, still very active scene here near the Arboretum in Northwest Austin, where they are searching for the man who shot and killed, or rather killed. We're not sure of the, we're not sure of this situation. If it was a shooting, it was a stabbing, that's not being provided to us at this point. But again, Andrew, and asking you
Maybe next time. Yeah. Gotta like yeah. It's not your thing. It's an eco-friendly one or something. But I'll okay. Yeah, I'm gonna stick around till 3 just in case. And so you said you're parked in here? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, leave it out here.
TV tomorrow. I was on TV, see? I'm on TV. On beer say, nah.
still looking for the suspect. His name is Stephen Broderick. That's his photo you see right there on your screen. He was last seen wearing a gray hoodie, sunglasses, and a baseball cap. The Travis County Sheriff's Office tells us he's a former detective. Records show he has a pending felony charge for sexual assault. Police say they believe he knew the 3 victims, and Austin's interim police chief says they are concerned that he could take a hostage and may be sheltered somewhere, waiting for law enforcement to leave. Again, keep that up real quick. That's Stephen Broderick. That's the suspected suspect, and that is his photo on your screen right there. Now, this all happened near Great Hills Trail and Rain Creek Parkway, which is right by the Arboretum in northwest Austin. The main message from police right now is stay at home. Again, that suspect is still on the loose and police do not know where he is. Here's a live look at the scene in northwest Austin. You can still see that it's very active. You see that crime scene tape. You see police, fire department, EMS are also on scene as well. Again, police do not have the suspect in custody, and if you see anything suspicious, please call them. Let them know anything that you guys know. But again, the important thing is to stay safe. If you are in the area and sheltering, we want to hear what you've seen and heard today. You can text pictures, videos, news tips to this number on your screen. That's 512-459-9442. Calling will not work. You have to text it. But again, y'all, the priority here is safety. Please make sure you're staying in a safe place. That's the big message from police. They still have not caught that suspect. We're going to have live team coverage coming up tonight at 5:30 and 10. Until then, we'll be sharing live updates on KVUE.com. We're going to return to your scheduled programming right now. But again, just stay safe, everyone.
in searching this particular area for the suspect. We brought in many of our resources, including our air support, our K-9 teams, our several SWAT teams have been out here, and as well as our officers and officers from other departments. I want to thank our partners who have been very strong, including the fire department, EMS, DPS, Round Rock, the U.S. Marshals, and particularly the FBI. The FBI, because the initial report was that it was an active shooter, mobilized and came out and has been here as a support unit. At this point, we have lifted the shelter-in-place order. We are telling people that they can go ahead and come out of their businesses or residences in this area, but to remain vigilant and to be safe. At this point, I think it's proper for us to ask once again of our public, please help us. If you have information about where this individual might be, please call 911. If you see this individual, please do not approach him, call 911 and let us know if you see him. I think that it is also proper right now for us to just a reminder that we have 3 people here that lost their lives. The thoughts and prayers of this community are with them. I have our city leaders, the city manager is here, and on behalf of the Austin Police Department, we're very sorry that obviously that this has happened, and we continue to try and locate this individual. We are transitioning from a search in this area to a fugitive search. Those efforts will continue until this person is located. So I don't want anyone to think that we're packing up and going home. We are going to continue to look for this individual because he continues to pose a threat to this community. At this point, I want to go ahead and allow the special agent in charge for this area, Christopher Combs, to come up and provide some comments from the FBI perspective.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Christopher Combs. I'm the FBI Special Agent in charge for Austin. We received this call as an active shooter, and as it is our policy nationwide, if there's ever an active shooter, we will deploy all of our resources to help our local partners. I want to really call out Chief Chacon for an unbelievable response. Had it actually been an active shooter, the rapid response of Austin Police and Austin Fire Department, along with the FBI backing them up, would have brought the situation to a close very quickly. As we look at the last month in this country and the number of active shooters we had, I really think what happened here is a model on how we have to respond. It has to be a very aggressive law enforcement and fire department response so that we can make sure that we get on scene and we can stop the shooter from going mobile or killing any more people. We have about 75 FBI agents here on scene supporting the Austin Police Department. At this point in time, we do not see any federal nexus to this. It is a domestic dispute, and we will be in support of the chief with our investigative assets, our SWAT assets. We have air assets here. Anything that the chief needs to make sure that Austin is safe, we will continue to do this, and we will be here as long as the chief needs us. Again, great job by the Austin Police and the Austin Fire Department. The people of Austin should be very proud of their public servants that came here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Special Agent Combs. At this point, we will begin to demobilize some of the units that you see in the area. We will still have units in this area continuing to search, as well as we have an active crime scene that we're investigating out here, and that is going to take several hours to wrap that up. So many of the roads out here will remain closed until that is done. If you don't need to be in the area because of the road closures, I would say that it's probably best to avoid it for right now. Right now, that's basically the extent of the information that we have. I will take a couple of questions. Not sure there's much more that I can provide.
Can you confirm yet this suspect's connection to law enforcement? Is it former deputy?
My understanding is that this individual at one time was a deputy for the Travis County Sheriff's Office. That is the information that I have right now.
The last time you guys spoke to us, has anyone called in any tips of his whereabouts?
We have had a few tips that have been called in, that we have responded to, and we've exhausted all of those tips at this point.
Earlier, officer, you told me Chief, that there was a child involved. Do we now know that this was a child, whose child this was?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I still don't have that information. We just know I can tell you that the child is safe. You have to repeat it. I don't know exactly where the tips came from, but I can tell you that we exhausted all of the tips and we're not able to locate him.
Do you think he's still in Austin?
We don't know at this point.
As far as the apartment complex right behind us here, are residents allowed to re-enter if they were not allowed to?
Yeah, we're going to be working, there's still several road closures, but we're going to be working to get residents who've been excluded from this area back in and let them get home.
Chief, how long do you anticipate to be out here? At least for y'all?
It's going to be several hours. It is a large crime scene that we have to process, and we want to make sure we get it right.
Do you know the military?
Don't know the exact relationship between the suspect and the victims at this point. We're working that's part of the ongoing investigation.
Do you know if the suspect was ever in the military?
I do not know that.
Did the suspect live at that address?
Not to my knowledge. Thank you all very much.
And you've been listening to a press conference from the Austin Police Department. That was Interim Police Chief Joe Chacon basically updating us on the exhaustive search in the Northwest Austin area for this man. Take a look. Stephen Broderick, 41-year-old Stephen Nicholas Broderick, still at large. The manhunt still underway. A very aggressive manhunt for this man, accused of killing 3 people earlier today, 2 women, 1 man. Still, the relationship is unknown at this time. Why the motive? Still unknown at this time. Chief Chacon telling us the search involving the K-9 team, SWAT team, Austin Fire Department, Department of Public Safety, U.S. Marshals, even the FBI, because this call came out as an active shooter. However, lifted the shelter in place because that means people from the businesses, area businesses and area homes can now come out of their homes and businesses. The danger is no longer existing. They've done an exhaustive search. However, they will continue the search. Now, we also heard from FBI Special Agent in Charge Christopher Combs. He told us he has 75 FBI agents in the area aiding the APD with the search for this man, Stephen Broderick, who is a former Travis County Sheriff Deputy, a detective with the agency for several years. So he has special knowledge of law enforcement, which may be helping him evade the agencies right now. Joe Chacon, Interim Police Chief Joe Chacon, telling us that this is a domestic dispute. Still asking all of us to avoid that area as the search for Stephen Broderick, this man, is underway. I do want to take the time to bring in senior reporter Tony Pohetsky, who has one of our KVUE reporters on the scene right now, has been covering this since this broke this morning, a little bit before noon. And Tony, where do law enforcement go from here? Dozens and dozens of special teams looking for this man with special knowledge of what law enforcement are looking for. Where do they go from here, Tony?
Well, Jenny, earlier this afternoon, authorities were searching this area, but now that area is going to become much, much wider. Keep in mind that the suspect could have fled the scene prior to law enforcement even making it here and beginning their search by air and by ground. So now what I'm being told is that authorities will increasingly rely upon other avenues to try to find him, potentially using digital forensic technology to try to locate him. him, trying to potentially monitor his credit cards, trying to potentially monitor his cell phone to determine whether or not he is still even in this area. In addition to that, though, they will also continue looking in this area. And Jenny, also as part of their investigation, they will be contacting people who know him to try to determine if they have potentially heard from him today or in even recent days to try to learn if they may have information about his potential whereabouts.
Authorities said that Stephen Broderick is armed and dangerous, and yet at the same time said that there is no threat to the public. What do you make of these two different statements?
I think authorities remain very concerned that he could potentially carry out other crimes while he is on the run, and that is the reason that they are operating with such urgency to try to get him into custody. But now that the FBI is involved, obviously, Jenny, as you know, they have all sorts of resources that may not be at the disposal of local law enforcement, other tactics, other strategies that they could use to try to find him. Jenny, we have seen these types of massive manhunts in Austin through the years. Again, I've been making references earlier today to the Austin bomber when an army of law enforcement officials joined together to try to find the suspect and ultimately did. And so I think in the days and hours going forward, you will look for federal, state, and local law enforcement to join together in their attempts to try to find this gunman.
And we do hear helicopters in your live shot. Can you perhaps give us a quick pan, because we still see a fire truck right behind you? Is that area, I know that the order has been lifted and people can come out of homes and businesses, but what about the streets, Tony? Is 360 still shut down? Are cars being able to move around right now?
Yeah, Jenny, I'm just going to step out of the way so you can see. Obviously, Great Hills Trail remains closed, and the parking lot of Trader Joe's, Starbucks, some of the other shops here in this busy shopping center have really continued to be used by law enforcement, by medics, to establish their command center and to determine their strategy in terms of looking for Stephen Broderick. Jenny, one thing that I do want to say has changed, and it's sobering to say so, and that is the ambulances that were here have mostly left at this time, because we now know that we are dealing with 3 fatalities and no people who are injured at this time. So the ambulances have left the scene, and as have a number of police officers themselves, but there still is a large police presence. You can see a SWAT vehicle, a couple of SWAT vehicles here, and authorities do continue to have a large presence here this afternoon. Jenny.
And Pojetsky, part of our team coverage, great job today, and we will of course continue our team coverage coming up here in the 5:30 hour. Again, an update. The manhunt for Stephen Broderick still underway after police say he killed 3 people in the Arboretum area, northwest Austin, where Tony Pojetsky, Luis De Leon, has been with us for since this all broke shortly before noon today. Police, several agencies, DPS, U.S. Marshals, AFD, the FBI, all looking for him, but doesn't appear he is in that area, although the search continues for him in the northwest Austin area at this time. They are asking for neighbors in that area, if you know anything, to please contact them, and also to check in with their neighbors as well. If you hear anything, obviously call their tip line, although police say they have exhausted all the tips at this time. The FBI with 75 agents on the ground helping out the APD. EMS also helping out too. They did tell us that in that area, if you call 911, that there may have been a delay, maybe a delay. You can see that the EMS fire trucks in that area are there on the ground helping out with the ground search. And you heard the helicopters above also helping out with that search. Police still asking everyone to avoid that area because the roads 360 in the area are still there. Although the order for everyone to shelter in place has been lifted. Businesses, residents there can come out. Although I don't know how much business you can go if the roads are shut down. Stephen Broderick, if we can bring his picture back up, still on the run, still considered armed and dangerous. If you see this man, do not approach him. He is accused of killing 3 people. Earlier today, just before noon, the calls for 911 calls for an active shooter, which is why the FBI is involved. They always get involved when there is an active shooter is involved. So 75 agents involved with the search. So it goes to show, with his background, this is a former Travis County Sheriff's deputy. The latest rank before he left, he resigned his post last year with the Travis County Sheriff's Department, was a detective. He rose to the rank as a detective. He has law enforcement, he has a background in law enforcement. He knows what law enforcement officers are looking for. He has experience. So is it really surprising they haven't found him yet? There are several agencies looking for this man, and they have not found him. So just as Tony Putski, our senior reporter, alluded to, they are now expanding that search. They are now looking into his background, looking into his credit cards. So they really, police authorities, federal authorities are now counting on the public, hoping maybe perhaps you can identify him. You have seen him. Please look out for him. Do we have information on what he was last wearing? I think it was a gray hoodie, right? Gray hoodie. So, and a baseball cap. He stands about 5'7". Is the description we have on Stephen Broderick, a former Travis County Sheriff's deputy. This guy knows what he's doing. So please stay clear of him if you see him, and just call 911. We will have much more on this coming up in our 5:30 newscast for you. Again, this has been breaking news. Thank you for being with us. We'll see you in just a bit.
This is yet another
that could be a precedence of finally making America live up to its promise of liberty and justice for all.
And Elwin Lopez joins us now from Minneapolis. Elwin, what do we know about how soon the jury could begin deliberating?
Yeah, the decision will soon be in the jury's hands. They will be sequestered after closing arguments on Monday. The judge telling them to consider how much to pack for that. He said, if I were you, I would plan for long and hope for short. Lindsay.
Elwin, our thanks to you. I'll join David Muir as he leads our live coverage of closing arguments in the Derek Chauvin murder trial beginning tomorrow.
And I'm Molly Oak. We have special team coverage after a former law enforcement officer allegedly killed 3 people.
The search continues for 41-year-old Stephen Nicholas Broderick. This is the man police say killed 3 people in the Arboretum area today. Senior reporter Tony Poletsky is live in Northwest Austin. He is leading off our team coverage tonight. Tony, what can you tell us?
And Jenny and Molly, just within the last few minutes, authorities have continued to downscale their presence here along Great Hills Trail. Throughout the afternoon, we have seen them staging at a popular, well-known shopping area that has Starbucks and Trader Joe's, commandeering that parking lot to coordinate their search for this suspect. But just a few moments ago, about 45 minutes ago, Interim Police Chief Joseph Chacon said authorities are increasingly certain that the suspect, Stephen Broderick, is no longer in this area.
This is not an active shooter situation. We are not calling it that at this point. This appears to be a domestic incident, and the victims were all known to our suspect. And so at this point, we do not think that this individual is out targeting random people to shoot them. That does not mean that he is not dangerous. He is still at large. We do think that he is armed, and he is very much dangerous.
Throughout the afternoon, authorities searched for Broderick by air and by ground. We saw a massive police presence here with SWAT team members and tactical gear looking for Stephen Broderick. But again, within the past 45 minutes or so, authorities have lifted an order that was asking people to stay in their homes. They're still, of course, as you can imagine, asking people to remain vigilant. But again, increasingly certain that Stephen Broderick is likely not in this immediate vicinity at this time. They are now pooling together state and federal resources as well as local resources to try to find him wherever he may be. We throughout the afternoon have continued to learn, as you mentioned, about Stephen Broderick, and we know that he is out on bond at this time on a charge of sexual assault of a child. My colleague Daranisha Heron has been looking into his background throughout the afternoon. Daranisha, what all have you learned?
Tony, we know that the Travis County Sheriff's Office confirmed that 41-year-old Stephen Broderick was a detective for the department, but he resigned. We're working to find out exactly when that happened. But on your screen is a photo of the former TCSO detective being promoted. It was posted on Travis County Sheriff's Office Law Enforcement Association's Facebook page on February 27, 2019. According to court documents, the 41-year-old was charged with sexually assaulting a child last year. He was booked into jail in June and spent 16 days behind bars before bailing out. Today, the Travis County District Attorney, Jose Garza, sent a statement saying his office filed a motion to revoke Broderick's bond. And according to the Statesman, Broderick was also a Bastrop County Sheriff's deputy at one point. The news outlet reported Broderick and another officer shot and critically injured an elderly man following a family disturbance call. He was placed on administrative leave for that incident. And of course, we have some more information that we are working to confirm for you guys, so stay tuned right here with us on air and online.
All right, Daranisha Heron reporting live for us, as well as Tony Poletsky. Thank you so much for your live reports.
Meanwhile, around the area, a shelter-in-place has been lifted. Officials had previously urged everyone to stay home. KVUE's Luis De Leon is live at the scene with how some are reacting to this. Luis?
Yeah, that's right, Molly. And as Tony mentioned previously, this parking lot next to us is very well known for having multiple shops. It's a plaza really with Trader Joe's and Starbucks. So there's typically a lot of residents around here that will be utilizing this area as well on a day like today, on a typical Sunday. Across the street and a block over my shoulder is the Arboretum Oaks apartment complex. You can see that the caution tape has been taken down. It was up for several hours throughout this afternoon. I spoke to several people
people who lived or who do currently live in this apartment complex. They were not able to get back inside. I spoke to one woman who says she lives at that complex. She said she was driving to the Domain at around 11:45 today, which, keep in mind, that's around the same time that these initial 911 calls came in. She said she did see some sort of commotion, did not know exactly what was going on at the time. She was not able to get back into her apartment for several hours. We're still working to learn if her, along with other residents, are able to get back in. But take a listen to what she had to say about how she's feeling about all this now.
I feel angry. I feel angry that this keeps happening. I feel angry at the complete disregard for human life. And I feel angry that this is just another day in the United States.
Now, we also are hearing from City Council member Allison Alter, who represents District 10. That's the district where this situation has occurred. She said in part on Twitter that she's heartbroken for the victims and their families and, quote, "We need state and federal leaders to treat gun violence like the public health crisis it is," end quote. Jenny, Molly, I also spoke to a woman who lives in the area behind us, down where that investigation by first responders is continuing and ongoing. She said that her family had to shelter in place in their home, continuing to just be aware of their surroundings. That's their message as well right now. We hope to bring you more, and as we learn more from those that live in this area, for how this all played out and for how they're feeling right now. Back to you guys.
That was Louise De Leon. Louise, thanks so much. Stay safe out there. Just a scary day. Wow. Still to come on KVUE News at 5:30. Senior reporter Tony Plohetsky will be live again to give us all the information on the search for the suspected shooter.
West Austin, this is the man, take a look, who police are looking for right now after they say 3 people were shot and killed by him in the Arboretum area today. This is 41-year-old Stephen Broderick. They consider him armed and dangerous. There is a massive search for him underway right now for him. The Travis County Sheriff's Office tell us he is a former detective. He resigned last year after being charged with a crime. Let's go back out to the scene with senior reporter Tony Plohetsky. And Tony, what is the latest on this search?
Well, Jenny, it's massively expanded, and so authorities right now are trying to find Stephen Broderick, but keep in mind at this point he could be long gone from here, and so now the investigation is going to be turning to other strategies to try to find him. Keep in mind, Jenny, they searched by air, by ground all afternoon, but now the investigation will transition into other avenues to try to locate Stephen Broderick, whether or not he could be using his credit card somewhere in Austin right now, whether or not he may have a cell phone that is pinging to cell phone towers. As you can imagine, authorities will also be contacting his friends, other family members, to try to figure out if they have potentially heard from him. But Jenny, as we know, given the fact that he is a law enforcement officer, was a law enforcement officer, he may have ways to circumvent the efforts by authorities to try to find him. So this is an investigation that could unfold over the next hours, potentially over the next several days. But Jenny, what we also know, what seems tried and true over and over again, is that law enforcement ultimately is often, almost always, able to find a suspect when he or she is on the run. Again, combining the resources of federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies.
That is what we know. It is all hands on deck with all those law enforcement agencies you had just mentioned. Tony Pletsky live on the scene for us for the past several hours. Thank you very much for your good job all day for us. Thank you.
Well, it's been another cooler than average day here across Central Texas. Take a look at our afternoon highs as we go to break. 70 today for Camp Mabry, 66 was the high at the airport. Also the morning, all the way down to 48 this morning at the airport. We have another round of 40s on the way for tomorrow morning. And we're also tracking 2 fronts for the upcoming week. The second front on Friday looks like it will bring us widespread rain and storms. We'll go over all the details with your 7-day coming up next.
Arboretum area that is in northwest Austin earlier today. They tell us this is a domestic incident, but it's unknown how he knows the 3 victims. He is a former Travis County Sheriff's detective. He resigned last year. Now, just moments ago, we got a statement from Travis County Sheriff Sally Hernandez. She said, quote, "I'm shocked and saddened by this horrific news. The Travis County Sheriff's Office stands ready to assist the Austin Police Department and the families impacted by this tragedy in any way we can," end quote. Now, stay with KVUE and KVUE.com as this story continues to develop.
Just a really scary day, Jenny, and police are expected to be out there for several hours.
Absolutely.
We want to get to meteorologist Hunter Williams, who joins us now, get a final look at that forecast. Hunter.
Yeah, thank you, Molly and Jenny. We have 2 fronts on the way over the next 7 days. That first front's going to move through on Tuesday. Not thinking that we'll have much rain with that, but it will be warm just ahead of the front, 83 on Tuesday. Second system on Friday, that one brings much more moisture with it, so we'll have widespread rain and storms in the forecast for Friday. It looks like that could even continue Friday night into early Saturday. We'll also keep an eye on the strong storm potential for that end of the week system. In the meantime, look at those mornings, 40s tomorrow morning, perhaps even some upper 30s, Molly and Jenny, as we go into Wednesday morning. At this point, I think that we will all stay above freezing, but again, some chilly mornings on the way.
All right, Hunter, thank you so much. And thank you for joining us. Remember, we will see you and hopefully we'll see you at 10. We will continue to update the breaking news with Stephen Broderick.